Abraham Lincoln was born on a cold February day in 1809 in a modest one-room cabin on the rugged Kentucky frontier. His life would carry him from these humble beginnings to the highest office in the land, guiding a fractured nation through its darkest trial and changing the course of American history forever. Rising from poverty, Lincoln shaped his mind through books, not formal schooling. He taught himself law, entered politics in Illinois, and eventually served in Congress. But it wasn't until the bitter debates over the expansion of slavery, particularly after the passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, that he found his true voice. These tensions led him to become a powerful figure in the newly formed Republican Party, and in 1860, the nation elected him as its 16th president. His victory immediately deepened the divide. Southern states began to secede, forming the Confederate States of America. Just weeks into Lincoln's presidency, the first shots of the Civil War rang out at Fort Sumter. As war consumed the country, Lincoln walked a careful and lonely path. He balanced rival political factions, chose and dismissed generals, and took bold constitutional steps in the name of preserving the Union. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield. In 1863, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring freedom for those enslaved in rebelling states. That same year, at Gettysburg, he gave a brief but unforgettable speech that would echo through generations. Determined to see slavery abolished entirely, he championed the 13th Amendment, which passed in 1865 and ended legal slavery in the United States. That same year, he was re-elected, committed to stitching the torn nation back together. But just days after the Confederacy surrendered, Lincoln's life was cut short. While attending a play at Ford's Theatre, he was shot by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer. He died the next morning, leaving the country in mourning. Lincoln's legacy is one of profound courage, moral clarity, and sacrifice. To this day, he is remembered not only as the president who held the Union together, but also as a symbol of hope and resilience in the face of national despair. Abraham Lincoln's journey began on the rugged edge of the American frontier, in the stillness of a Kentucky winter. He was born on February 12, 1809, in a single-room log cabin nestled near Hodgenville, a modest home on Sinking Spring Farm. His parents, Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks, came from families steeped in the early American story, their roots tracing back to English settlers and the pioneering soil of Virginia and Massachusetts. Lincoln's childhood was marked by both simplicity and sorrow. He was the second of 3 children, though the youngest, his brother Thomas, died in infancy. When Abraham was just 9, tragedy struck the family. His mother, Nancy, fell ill from a mysterious and deadly condition called milk sickness, likely caused by drinking milk from cows that had grazed on poisonous plants. Her death left a heavy silence in the cabin and placed the burden of caretaking on his older sister, Sarah. In the years that followed, Lincoln's father, Thomas, sought to provide stability for his family. Frustrated by land disputes in Kentucky, he moved them north into Indiana, where property ownership offered fewer legal entanglements. There, in the densely wooded lands of Little Pigeon Creek, the Lincolns cleared the forest by hand, carving out a life from the wild. Thomas worked hard as a carpenter, farmer, and occasional tradesman, but Abraham's world remained sparse. The family belonged to a deeply religious Baptist community that held strong convictions, including opposition to slavery. these moral undercurrents would linger in Lincoln's heart, even as a child. Just a year after Nancy's death, Thomas remarried. His new wife, Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow from Kentucky, brought with her 3 children of her own. But more importantly, she brought warmth, structure, and affection. Young Abraham grew close to her, and despite the losses he'd endured, he began to thrive under her gentle care. He would later call her Mama, a term of deep respect and love that stayed with him for the rest of his life. As the forest gave way to adolescence, young Abraham began to look beyond the boundaries of the frontier. The grief of his childhood never fully left him, but something deeper had started to awaken, a quiet defiance against limitation. Though his hands were calloused from labor, his mind remained open, searching, drawn to ideas that stretched far beyond the edges of the log cabin walls. Lincoln's formal education was sparse, scattered across a handful of brief encounters with traveling schoolmasters. He never spent more than a few months in a classroom, and by the time he reached his mid-teens, he had received barely a year of structured schooling. Yet, what he lacked in access, he made up for in discipline. He taught himself to read, often borrowing books from neighbors and studying them late into the night by candlelight. Writing and arithmetic came later, not handed down by teachers, but slowly earned through persistence. His love of reading became his refuge. Tales of faraway lands, ancient battles, and great thinkers gave shape to the world he longed to understand, even as his father relied on him more and more for labor, hiring him out to neighboring farms and keeping the wages. Lincoln's thoughts were often elsewhere. In his late teens, a journey down the Mississippi River to New Orleans exposed him to a darker truth of the nation. There, amid the bustling commerce, Lincoln encountered the brutal machinery of slavery firsthand. He watched as men, women, and children were bought and sold. The sight disturbed him deeply, not just as a moral affront, but as a wound to the very idea of human dignity. The memory would never fully leave him. By the spring of 1830, the Lincoln family moved once again, this time to Illinois, in search of healthier land and new opportunity. But as the family settled in Macon County, something began to shift inside Abraham. The growing distance between father and son widened into silence. They had always been different. Thomas, practical and uneducated. Abraham, contemplative and drawn to books. Their paths had forked quietly over the years, until at last, they stood apart. When Thomas Lincoln passed away in 1851, Abraham chose not to attend the funeral. He had already begun to walk a different road, one of ideas, of self-direction, of quietly preparing for something he couldn't yet name. And though he didn't know where that road would lead, he knew it wouldn't circle back to the life he had left behind. As Lincoln stepped further into adulthood, his mind sharpened with law and logic, but his heart, like so many others, longed for connection. Amid the ambitions of career and country, there were quiet moments of love, loss, and longing that would shape him just as deeply as any courtroom or battlefield. In the small town of New Salem, long before the presidency or the weight of history, Lincoln met a young woman named Anne Rutledge. She was bright, kind, and known in the community, and though the details of their bond remain uncertain, many believe she was his first true love. Her sudden death from illness in 1835 devastated Lincoln. He withdrew into himself, overcome with grief, slipping into what we might now call a deep depression. For a time, the man who would later hold a nation together could barely hold himself upright. A few years later, he briefly courted Mary Owens, a woman from Kentucky with strong opinions and high expectations. Though they exchanged letters and considered marriage, doubts crept in on both sides. Lincoln, with characteristic honesty, released her from the engagement, and the relationship quietly faded away. But in 1839, everything changed again. That year in Springfield, he met Mary Todd, the spirited and sharp-tongued daughter of a wealthy Kentucky family. She was educated, politically engaged, and unafraid to challenge him, perhaps one of the few people who could. Their courtship was turbulent. They became engaged, then separated, only to reconcile and marry in November of 1842. Theirs was not an easy marriage. Mary was volatile, prone to emotional outbursts, and at times physically aggressive. But Lincoln, calm and steady, weathered these storms with quiet endurance. Together, they had 4 sons. Only one would live to adulthood. Their first child, Robert Todd Lincoln, born in 1843, survived and would go on to become a statesman in his own right. But the others, Eddie, Willie, and Tad, were not so fortunate. Eddie died as a young boy, likely from tuberculosis. Willie passed away in the White House during Lincoln's presidency, his loss breaking both parents. Tad, the youngest, died in his teens years after the war. Lincoln adored children, not just his own, but all children. He was warm, playful, and gentle with them, and the White House during his tenure often echoed with the sound of Tad's footsteps and Willie's laughter before grief silenced them. These personal losses cut deep. Beneath Lincoln's composed exterior was a man often haunted by sorrow, prone to long silences, heavy thoughts, and what those around him called melancholy. Today, we might recognize it as clinical depression, but whatever name it bore, he carried it with quiet strength, never letting it harden his heart. Even as grief followed Lincoln into adulthood, life pressed forward, quietly, insistently. With his family moving on once again, Abraham chose a different path. He would no longer follow. He would step into the world on his own terms. And it was in the small, rough-edged town of New Salem that the man we remember would begin to take shape. At just 22, Lincoln broke away from his father's household and arrived in New Salem, Illinois, a frontier town nestled along the Sangamon River. He had no money, no connections, and no clear profession. But what he did have was grit. He took a job at a general store where locals quickly took notice of his honesty, work ethic, and physical strength. When challenged to a wrestling match by the notorious Clary's Grove Boys, a gang of rough frontier rowdies, Lincoln stood his ground. He didn't just win the fight, he earned their respect. In 1832, Lincoln made his first real move toward public life. He announced his candidacy for the Illinois state legislature, eager to help improve river navigation and support local development. But just as the campaign began, a different kind of call came, not from the voters, but from the militia. That spring, Native American leader Black Hawk returned across the Mississippi River with a band of followers, reigniting tensions on the frontier. Lincoln joined the Illinois militia and was elected captain by his peers, a gesture of trust that meant more to him than any title before or after. Though he never saw battle, the experience gave him his first taste of leadership and responsibility. When the brief campaign ended, Lincoln returned to New Salem to find a different kind of battle waiting: survival. He considered becoming a blacksmith, but instead went into business, purchasing a struggling general store with a partner. They added a tavern license to serve alcohol and attract customers. But the business floundered. Lincoln's partner, William Berry, drank heavily and mismanaged the accounts. Lincoln, too kind-hearted to demand payment from struggling customers, soon found himself drowning in debt. The store failed, and Lincoln was left with what he would later call his national debt, a sum he felt morally bound to repay, which he eventually did, dollar by dollar. Despite the setbacks, Lincoln found ways to stay afloat. He served as the village postmaster, delivering mail by hand and often reading newspapers before handing them over, eager to absorb every line. He later took on work as a county surveyor, learning the craft quickly and precisely. But all the while, something deeper was calling. Books had always been his refuge, and now they became his roadmap. Borrowing legal volumes from a local attorney named John Todd Stewart, Lincoln began studying law by candlelight. He had no mentor, no formal schooling, and no office to train in. Just determination, silence, and stacks of legal texts. He later said simply that he studied with nobody. But the truth was, Lincoln was building something, a foundation not of wealth or status, but of mind. And though the world had not yet taken much notice of him, the groundwork for something far greater was already quietly underway. As the debts of his failed business slowly faded and his legal knowledge deepened, Lincoln began to chart a new course, not just for himself, but for the people around him. The boy who once read by firelight now stood ready to shape laws, and in the rough, evolving world of early Illinois, there was plenty of law yet to be written. By 1834, still in his mid-20s, Abraham Lincoln ran once more for public office, this time as a candidate for the Illinois state legislature. His second attempt proved successful, aligning himself with the Whig Party and the ideas of Henry Clay. Lincoln backed a vision of national growth, new roads, canals, railways, and a modern economy fueled by innovation and infrastructure. He would go on to serve 4 terms in the state legislature, representing Sangamon County. During his time there, Lincoln supported projects like the Illinois and Michigan Canal, which aimed to link the Great Lakes to the Mississippi River. He also voted to expand voting rights, no longer restricting the ballot to wealthy landowners, but extending it to all white men. It was a step, however imperfect, toward broader political inclusion. Meanwhile, Lincoln's legal career was beginning to take root. In 1836, he officially passed the bar and began practicing law. He moved to Springfield, a growing town that would become his home for the next 2 decades. At first, he worked with John Todd Stewart, Mary Todd's cousin, then later partnered with Stephen T. Logan, and eventually with a younger man named William Herndon, who would remain his closest professional ally for years to come. Lincoln traveled widely on the legal circuit, often riding for weeks on horseback from one rural courthouse to the next. His reputation grew steadily. He was methodical, fair, and known for his clear reasoning. He rarely spoke to impress. He spoke to understand and to be understood. Beyond law and politics, Lincoln also stepped into the public eye as a speaker. In 1838, following the murder of an anti-slavery editor, he delivered a powerful address at the Springfield Lyceum, warning against mob violence and the slow corrosion of liberty. Though not overtly partisan, his words challenged the rising tide of anti-abolitionist sentiment and pointed quietly toward a deeper national struggle on the horizon. But even Lincoln was not immune to missteps. After writing a series of sharp, anonymous letters mocking a local politician named James Shields, a duel was nearly arranged. The incident embarrassed him deeply, and though the duel was ultimately called off, it reminded Lincoln that words, once released, could carry real consequences. Still, these years marked a period of steady ascent. Lincoln was building not only a career, but a character, shaped by service, forged through conflict, and tempered by humility. As the 1840s unfolded, Lincoln's roots in Illinois had grown deeper. He was now a respected lawyer, a seasoned state legislator, and a husband and father. But the quiet rhythms of law and family life were not the end of his ambitions. His gaze turned toward the national stage, and Washington soon called. In 1846, after years of careful planning and political patience, Abraham Lincoln won election to the U.S. House of Representatives. Representing Illinois' 7th District, he became the only Whig in his state's congressional delegation, a solitary figure with a quiet voice, but a mind sharpened by years of study and debate. In Washington, he served on the Committee on Post Office and Post Roads and the Committee on Expenditures in the War Department. But Lincoln didn't just sit quietly in the background. He stepped into the storm of the nation's most pressing moral dilemma: slavery. Partnering with fellow anti-slavery Congressman Joshua Giddings, Lincoln helped draft a bill aimed at ending slavery in the District of Columbia, a bold move that reflected his growing discomfort with the institution. But without broader support, the effort failed. Still, it marked a clear turning point. Lincoln was no longer just a local lawyer or rising politician. He was beginning to take a stand. During his term, the Mexican-American War was dominating headlines and dividing public opinion. Lincoln, never one to follow blindly, raised questions that others avoided. He challenged President James K. Polk's justification for the war, accusing him of manufacturing a conflict to fuel territorial expansion. In a speech known as the Spot Resolutions, Lincoln demanded that Polk name the exact location where American blood had been shed, pressing for truth in the face of patriotic fervor. His remarks weren't well received. Critics labeled him Spotty Lincoln, and many in his district turned against him. In a time when war heroes were glorified and dissent was unwelcome, Lincoln's honesty made him unpopular. Still, he kept his promise to serve only one term. When the 1848 presidential election arrived, Lincoln backed Zachary Taylor, a war general and fellow Whig, believing he had a better chance of winning than Henry Clay, his longtime political hero. Taylor did win the presidency, and Lincoln, hoping to continue his service, sought a federal appointment. He asked to be named Commissioner of the General Land Office, but the post went to someone else. Instead, the administration offered him a position as Secretary of the Oregon Territory. It would have meant uprooting his family, abandoning his law practice, and leaving Illinois behind. Lincoln declined. Washington would have to wait. He returned home to Springfield, to his office, his family, and the quiet rhythm of legal work. But his time in Congress had left an imprint. He had seen the machinery of national politics up close, and though the nation wasn't yet ready to listen to him, Lincoln had begun to understand just how deeply it needed someone who would speak the truth, no matter the cost. Though Washington had closed its doors to him, Lincoln returned to Springfield with no bitterness in his step. Politics would wait. For now, the work was law, the steady, unglamorous pulse of prairie justice. And in the courtrooms and dusty roads of central Illinois, Lincoln would spend the next decade sharpening the very skills that would one day serve a nation in crisis. Back in Springfield, Lincoln devoted himself fully to his law practice. He didn't specialize, he couldn't afford to. He handled everything: land disputes, debt collection, criminal defense, contract litigation, and family quarrels. Whatever case came through the door, Lincoln took it. He was, as many called him, a true prairie lawyer, navigating the legal needs of a growing frontier with integrity and clarity. The westward expansion of the country brought with it a flood of transportation conflicts, especially those involving riverboats and the rising dominance of railroads. Lincoln found himself in the middle of this industrial transition, often representing riverboat operators one month and rail companies the next. He argued passionately, regardless of the side, as long as the facts supported his case. In 1849, Lincoln even tried his hand at invention. He designed a flotation device meant to help riverboats navigate shallow waters, a practical solution born of years watching barges scrape along the riverbed. The device was never brought to market, but the patent was granted, making Lincoln the only US president to ever hold one. Among his most famous cases was Heard versus Rock Island Bridge Company, a pivotal battle between a riverboat company and a railroad bridge operator. A canal boat had struck a bridge and sunk, sparking a dispute that represented more than just financial loss. It was a symbol of old versus new, water versus rail. Lincoln defended the bridge company, and his arguments helped shape the future of infrastructure law in the growing Midwest. Lincoln stood before the Illinois Supreme Court in over 400 cases, a staggering number for any attorney. He became known for his sharp mind, plain-spoken delivery, and quiet but commanding presence in the courtroom. Between 1853 and 1860, one of his largest clients was the Illinois Central Railroad. In a rare twist, he even had to sue them to collect his own legal fees, and won. Not all of his cases were corporate or civil. Some were deeply personal and unforgettable. In 1858, Lincoln defended a young man named William Duff Armstrong, who had been charged with murder. The case seemed hopeless until Lincoln challenged the star witness. The man claimed to have seen the killing by the light of the moon. Calmly, Lincoln opened a copy of the Farmer's Almanac and pointed to the night in question. The moon had been low in the sky, casting too little light to see anything clearly. The courtroom fell silent. Armstrong was acquitted. A year later, Lincoln took on another murder trial, this one involving Peachy Quinn Harrison, the grandson of an old political rival. The victim, on his deathbed, had said he forgave Harrison and blamed himself for the fatal encounter, but the judge refused to admit the dying words as evidence. Lincoln, incensed, argued that such declarations were sacred under the law and must be heard. The judge, despite political differences, relented. The words were read aloud, and Harrison was found not guilty. These were not just legal victories, they were moments that revealed the depth of Lincoln's humanity. He didn't merely fight for justice, he understood the weight of a man's life hanging in the balance. He carried that burden carefully, quietly, and always with the belief that truth mattered. And though he had no way of knowing it yet, these courtroom battles were shaping him for far greater trials to come. By the early 1850s, Lincoln had built a steady legal career, earned respect across Illinois, and buried himself in the quiet duties of home and courtroom. He had stepped away from politics, but the nation was changing, quickly, violently, and the issue that had once haunted him on a New Orleans dock was now threatening to rip the entire country apart. The question of slavery could no longer be avoided, and neither could Lincoln. The uneasy peace between North and South was beginning to crumble. The Compromise of 1850 had done little to quiet the storm. As new territories opened in the West, fierce arguments erupted over whether slavery would be allowed to take root in those lands. In 1854, Illinois Senator Stephen A. Douglas introduced a bill that would ignite those tensions into wildfire. It was called the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and it introduced the idea of popular sovereignty, letting each territory vote on whether to allow slavery. In theory, it was a democratic solution. In reality, it opened the door for slavery to spread further north than ever before. Lincoln, who had long opposed the expansion of slavery, could no longer remain silent. That October, in a powerful speech delivered in Peoria, he stood before the people of Illinois and made his position clear. He spoke not with anger, but with moral urgency, arguing that slavery was a betrayal of the nation's founding ideals. That speech marked his return to public life. In the years that followed, Lincoln would give over 170 speeches on the issue, traveling town to town, standing in drafty halls and open fields, calling for the containment of slavery, if not its immediate abolition. He wasn't a radical. He didn't yet speak of full emancipation, but he believed deeply that slavery had no place in a nation that called itself free. The Whig Party, once Lincoln's political home, was collapsing under the weight of its own divisions. As it splintered, a new political force began to rise, the Republican Party, formed by former Whigs, Free Soilers, and anti-slavery Democrats who had grown tired of compromise. Lincoln hesitated at first, wary of joining something that might be hijacked by extremism. He hoped for a time that the Whigs could be revived, but soon even he admitted that the party he once loved no longer existed. In 1854, he was elected once again to the Illinois legislature, but turned down the seat. A greater opportunity lay ahead, the U.S. Senate. At that time, senators were chosen not by the people, but by state legislatures. Lincoln campaigned hard, gaining early momentum. But after several rounds of voting, it became clear he couldn't win the majority. Then, in a move that revealed the depth of his character, Lincoln withdrew his name and asked his supporters to back Lyman Trumbull, an anti-slavery Democrat who had little support but shared Lincoln's core values. The alliance worked. Trumbull won, and Lincoln, though personally disappointed, had done what he believed was right. In the shifting tides of American politics, Lincoln was no longer just a lawyer or a speaker. He was becoming something else, a moral compass in a world that had lost its bearings. The old political foundations had cracked, and now new lines were being drawn. As the country grew more divided over slavery, violence spilled out of words and into blood. In Kansas, towns were burning. In Congress, tempers flared into fistfights. Across the North, a new party was rising, and Lincoln, cautious no longer, stepped forward to take his place among them. By 1856, the conflict over slavery was no longer confined to speeches or legislation. In the Kansas Territory, opposing factions clashed violently in what would become known as Bleeding Kansas, a bitter, bloody preview of the larger war still to come. The Kansas-Nebraska Act had opened the door, and now both North and South were rushing in to fight over what kind of future those lands would hold. Amid the chaos, Lincoln officially joined the new Republican Party. That spring, he attended a key gathering in Bloomington, Illinois, where the state's Republican platform was formed. There, delegates called for slavery to be barred from the Western territories and demanded that Kansas be admitted as a free state. When the speeches were done and the debate settled, Lincoln rose to deliver the final words of the convention. His voice rang out not in anger, but with purpose, a call to preserve the Union, to hold the nation together without surrendering its soul. That speech, passionate, direct, and unrecorded, would later be known as the Lost Speech, remembered only by those who heard it and felt its impact. When the National Republican Convention met in June, Lincoln's name was even floated as a possible vice presidential nominee. He didn't seek it, and the nomination ultimately went to William Dayton, with John C. Fremont leading the ticket. Lincoln threw his full support behind the campaign, working tirelessly across Illinois to rally support for the Republican cause. The Democrats, hoping to hold the Union together through compromise, nominated James Buchanan. The Know-Nothings, a nativist third party, chose Millard Fillmore. In the end, Buchanan won the presidency, but Republicans had made serious gains, including in Illinois, where William Henry Bissell was elected governor. And Lincoln, though not on the ballot, had firmly established himself as one of the party's most respected voices in the state. He was no longer just a man of the law or a retired congressman. He was now a key figure in a movement, a political force quietly preparing for what lay ahead. But just as the Republican Party began to rise, the nation was dealt a devastating blow. Not on the battlefield, but in the courtroom. A single Supreme Court ruling would shake the country's conscience and harden the lines between North and South. It was a decision that would call into question not only the future of slavery, but the very meaning of freedom itself. In 1857, the Supreme Court issued a ruling that sent shockwaves through the country. The case centered on a man named Dred Scott, a slave who had been taken by his master from a slave state into free territory, where slavery was outlawed under the Missouri Compromise. After years of living in freedom, Scott sued for it formally, arguing that he had earned the right to remain a free man. The case made its way to the highest court in the land, but rather than recognizing his claim, the court struck it down in one of the most infamous decisions in American history. Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, writing for the majority, declared that Black Americans, free or enslaved, were not and could never be citizens of the United States. He ruled that they had no standing to sue in federal court and went even further, calling the Missouri Compromise itself unconstitutional. In his eyes, Congress had no right to limit slavery in the territories, as doing so violated the property rights of slaveholders. For many in the South, the decision was seen as a final victory, a definitive ruling to settle the debate once and for all. But in the North, outrage erupted. The court had not ended the crisis. It had deepened it. Lincoln was among those who saw the ruling not as law, but as a betrayal. He spoke out sharply, accusing Democratic leaders of conspiring to spread what he called the slave power, a corrupt alliance of politicians, judges, and plantation interests who, in his view, were working to nationalize slavery by force of law. He argued that the court's decisions stood in direct conflict with the spirit of the Declaration of Independence, a document that promised all men were created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To Lincoln, those words were not abstract. They were the foundation of the nation, and worth defending, even as the ground beneath them began to shake. By the end of the 1850s, the question of slavery had burned its way into every corner of American life. State by state, speech by speech, the divide had deepened. And as the Union wavered on the edge of fracture, two men, one seasoned, one rising, would face off in a series of debates that would echo across the nation. This would not be politics as usual. It would be a fight for the moral soul of a country. In 1858, Senator Stephen A. Douglas was up for re-election. He was a powerful voice, experienced, persuasive, and deeply entrenched in Illinois politics. Abraham Lincoln, once his quiet counterpart, was now prepared to challenge him. The Republican Party of Illinois, still young but growing, met that summer to select a candidate. Lincoln's years of loyalty and sacrifice for the party had earned him the trust of his peers. The nomination was his, uncontested. He accepted with energy and resolve, and soon after delivered one of the most haunting and prophetic speeches of his life. Standing before the crowd, he spoke plainly, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." The nation, he warned, could not survive forever half slave and half free. It would have to become one thing or the other. The speech sent shockwaves through the press and political circles. It was not a call to war, but a call to face reality. The Union, Lincoln believed, was approaching a turning point from which it could not turn back. Douglas, upon hearing of Lincoln's nomination, acknowledged the weight of the challenge. "If I beat him," he said, "my victory will be hardly won." And so the two men met, not in one debate, but in 7. From town to town, thousands gathered to hear them speak. It wasn't just political theatre, it was philosophy versus pragmatism, morality versus compromise. Lincoln warned of a rising slave power that threatened the very principles of American self-government. He accused Douglas of warping Jefferson's belief that all men are created equal, bending it to defend an institution that denied humanity to millions. Douglas, for his part, clung to the principle of popular sovereignty, that each territory should choose for itself whether to permit slavery, even after the Dred Scott ruling. He called Lincoln a radical, an abolitionist cloaked in moderate language. In the end, Lincoln won more popular votes across the state, but because U.S. senators were still chosen by the state legislature, not by direct vote, Douglas retained his seat. It was a narrow defeat. And yet, Lincoln had won something far greater. His words, his clarity, and his calm but relentless logic caught the nation's attention. Newspapers across the country began to mention his name, not just as a rising figure, but as a possible candidate for the highest office in the land. In the months that followed, support grew quietly. Illinois papers endorsed him. Political allies began to test the waters. Lincoln, always modest, admitted only, "The taste is in my mouth a little." Then, in February of 1860, came an invitation that would change everything. A group of influential Republicans in New York City asked Lincoln to speak at Cooper Union, a prestigious venue known for shaping public opinion in the East. When Lincoln arrived, he didn't look like a frontrunner. His clothes were plain, his posture awkward, and his face deeply lined from years under prairie skies. But when he began to speak, the room transformed. In that speech, Lincoln dismantled the argument that slavery was protected by the Founding Fathers. He showed, line by line, that they had consistently worked to contain it, not to spread it. He rejected the notion of compromise between right and wrong, declaring instead that the time for moral clarity had come. Though some in the audience had scoffed at his appearance, they left the hall in silence, many visibly moved. One reporter later wrote, "No man ever before made such an impression on his first appeal to a New York audience." That night, Lincoln did more than deliver a speech. He crossed a threshold. No longer just a name from the Midwest, he had become a contender, a voice that could unite the divided and lead a broken nation towards something new. The debates had ended, the speeches were given, and as 1860 dawned, the nation stood at a crossroads. Lincoln's words had carried far beyond Illinois now, into the streets of New York, across the plains of Ohio, and into the anxious hearts of a divided country. What began as a whisper on the prairie had become a movement, and now the question was no longer if he would lead, but when. In May of 1860, Republicans from across Illinois gathered in Decatur. There, amid the speeches and banners, Lincoln's supporters introduced a symbol, two rough-hewn fence rails, said to have been split by Lincoln himself during his frontier youth. The message was clear. This was not a man of privilege or wealth. This was a man of the people, carved from the soil of America's heartland. They called him the Rail Candidate. Just days later, at the Republican National Convention in Chicago, Lincoln's name was placed into nomination. He was not the frontrunner. There were others, more seasoned, more connected. But on the third ballot, momentum shifted. Cheers erupted. Abraham Lincoln had secured the nomination. To balance the ticket and appeal to former Democrats, Hannibal Hamlin of Maine was chosen as his running mate. Across the country, tensions simmered. Southern leaders warned that Lincoln's election would lead to secession. But Lincoln and his supporters downplayed the threat. He had spoken out against the expansion of slavery, yes, but he had never called for its immediate abolition. Many still believed war could be avoided. The Democratic Party fractured. Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas. Southern Democrats, unwilling to compromise, chose Vice President John C. Breckinridge. A third group, former Whigs and moderates, formed the Constitutional Union Party and nominated John Bell of Tennessee. With the field divided, Lincoln's path became clearer. As the campaign unfolded, Lincoln stayed home. He gave no public speeches, made no grand appearances. Instead, he let the Republican Party and the story of his life speak for him. His humble beginnings, his rise through hard work, and his commitment to the ideals of liberty were used to rally support. Republican speakers painted a portrait of possibility, a self-made man in a land of opportunity. Young voters across the North organized into Republican youth groups called the Wide Awakes, torch-carrying, uniformed marchers who brought energy and spectacle to the campaign. Their parades lit the streets with firelight and hope, while Southern fears grew louder and more desperate. Back in Springfield, Lincoln set up a small office in the state capitol to manage the rising tide of visitors, letters, and endorsements. He hired a young man named John Nicolay to assist him, a quiet appointment that would become history, as Nicolay remained by his side through the White House years. Then, on November 6, 1860, the results came in. Lincoln had won. He would become the 16th President of the United States, and the first elected under the banner of the Republican Party. But his victory came almost entirely from the North and West. In 10 southern states, his name didn't even appear on the ballot. He received just under 40% of the popular vote in a 4-way race, yet secured a commanding lead in the Electoral College. The country had chosen him, but in doing so, the country had also split. The countdown to conflict had begun. Lincoln had won the presidency, but not the peace. The ink on the election results had barely dried before the Union itself began to tear apart. What followed was not the hopeful beginning of a new administration, but the steady unraveling of a fragile nation. The months between Lincoln's election and his inauguration were among the most volatile in American history. On December 20th, 1860, South Carolina acted first, declaring its secession from the Union. In the weeks that followed, 6 more states from the Deep South followed suit: Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. Together they formed a new nation, the Confederate States of America, and named Jefferson Davis as their president. The Upper South hesitated. States like Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina watched closely, weighing loyalty against fear, unity against tradition. But the message was clear: the Union was splintering. President Buchanan, still in office, refused to act. President-elect Lincoln, still in Illinois, refused to legitimize the rebellion. Both declared secession illegal, but neither could stop the momentum. On February 11, 1861, Lincoln stood on the rear platform of a train in Springfield, Illinois, his home for a quarter of a century, and delivered a short farewell. His voice trembled. He told the crowd that he may never return, and with tears in his eyes, he left for Washington. The journey was not without danger. Rumors of plots to assassinate him in Baltimore forced Lincoln to travel secretly. He arrived in the capital under the cover of night, hunched over in an overcoat, his tall frame disguised, his iconic stovepipe hat left behind. The press mocked him relentlessly for the unceremonious arrival, painting cartoons of a coward sneaking into power. But Lincoln knew the stakes. He wasn't there for spectacle. He was there to preserve the Union. On March 4th, 1861, Lincoln stood on the steps of the unfinished Capitol Dome and delivered his first inaugural address. The sky was overcast. The crowd was tense. The country hung in the balance. He spoke not as a conqueror, but as a reconciler. He addressed the southern states directly, reminding them that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed. He affirmed that he had neither the legal right nor the personal desire to do so. His goal, he said, was peace, not punishment. But he also made it clear the Union was perpetual. No state had the right to leave it unilaterally, and no president, not even himself, had the authority to dissolve it. His final words were not a threat, but a plea. We are not enemies, but friends. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic chords of memory will yet swell the chorus of the Union when again touched by the better angels of our nature. But even as Lincoln extended his hand, the South continued to turn away. Attempts at legislative compromise, including the Peace Conference of 1861, failed. Most of the Confederate states refused to even attend. The door to negotiation was closing, and in its place came the sound of drums, boots, and marching. When Lincoln stepped into the presidency in March of 1861, he did not walk into a functioning administration. He stepped into a nation already breaking apart. States were seceding. Trust was collapsing. The future was uncertain. And yet, even before the first shot was fired, Lincoln knew one truth. He could not do this alone. The cabinet, a coalition of conviction. In choosing the men who would sit beside him at the table of war, Lincoln made a bold and unconventional decision. He didn't surround himself with loyal friends or flattering allies. He chose strength, even if it came in the form of former rivals. He believed the country needed its strongest minds, not its most agreeable voices. "I had no right to deprive the country of their service," he once said. William H. Seward, the very man who had competed against Lincoln for the Republican nomination, was made Secretary of State. Salmon P. Chase took over the Treasury. Edwin Stanton eventually became Secretary of War, a tireless force who would prove indispensable. This unlikely team, often divided in personality and opinion, was later called a team of rivals. But Lincoln held them together, not by force, but by respect. He appointed 5 justices to the Supreme Court during his presidency, each chosen carefully, with the future in mind. Some, like Samuel Freeman Miller, were known abolitionists. Others, like David Davis, were old allies from the Illinois legal circuit. When Chief Justice Roger B. Taney died, Lincoln named his own Treasury Secretary, Salmon Chase, as the replacement, believing he would support Reconstruction and restore moral weight to the court after the damage done by Dred Scott. Through every appointment, whether to the bench or the battlefield, Lincoln wasn't building a government. He was building a war cabinet, one capable not just of navigating politics, but of preserving a nation. Fort Sumter and the first shot. By April 1861, the crisis was no longer political theory. It was physical reality. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small garrison of Union soldiers remained holed up in Fort Sumter, running low on supplies. Lincoln was faced with an impossible choice: send help and risk war, or abandon the fort and risk national collapse. After careful deliberation, he chose to act. A supply ship was sent, not to fire the first shot, but to stand ground. On April 12th, the Confederacy made its choice. They opened fire. The bombardment lasted 2 days. The fort fell. No Union soldiers were killed, but the war had begun, and Lincoln, though determined to avoid bloodshed, had kept his vow. He would not strike first, but he would not back down. 2 days later, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to put down the rebellion and defend the Union. His call sent a shockwave through the country. More southern states, Virginia, Tennessee, Arkansas, and North Carolina, now seceded. In the North, patriotic fervor exploded. Young men rushed to enlist. The lines were drawn. Security, dissent, and the Constitution under fire. As troops moved southward, violence broke out in Baltimore. Union soldiers passing through the city were attacked by pro-Southern mobs. Rail lines were sabotaged. Bridges were burned. The threat wasn't just external. It was inside the borders, inside the cities. In response, Lincoln authorized extraordinary actions. He declared martial law in some areas and suspended the writ of habeas corpus, allowing the government to detain individuals without immediate charges. The goal was to prevent rebellion from spreading, but not everyone agreed with the approach. One such case involved John Merriman, a Maryland officer who was arrested for disrupting troop movements. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Taney issued a legal opinion declaring the president had no authority to suspend habeas corpus. Only Congress could do that. Lincoln ignored the ruling. Throughout the war, more than 15,000 civilians would be detained under emergency powers. Some, like Ohio Congressman Clement Vallandigham, an outspoken critic of the war, were arrested and even tried in military courts. The tension between security and liberty stretched thin. Lincoln believed these measures were necessary to preserve the very Constitution that critics claimed he was undermining. To him, the Union came first. The laws could be restored, but only if the country survived. Now in office, with war unfolding around him, Lincoln found himself not only a president, but a wartime commander. He had no military background, no battlefield experience, and yet, in the face of rebellion, chaos, and national collapse, Lincoln stepped forward to lead. Not with bluster, but with resolve. The fate of the Union would not be left to chance. He would shape it with his own hands. From the very beginning, Lincoln understood that this war would be like no other. It was not simply a fight between North and South. It was a collision of ideologies, economies, and visions for what the United States would become. And Lincoln, as Commander-in-Chief, made the bold decision to take direct control. He didn't delegate leadership to generals and wait for reports. He inserted himself into the very heart of military strategy. He took unprecedented action. He authorized a naval blockade of Confederate ports. He approved military spending before Congress had even met. He suspended habeas corpus, allowing arrests without trial, in order to contain Confederate sympathizers. Thousands were detained. He knew it would draw criticism, but he believed the survival of the nation demanded it. He also knew the war wasn't just being fought on battlefields. It was unfolding in border states like Kentucky and Missouri, where loyalties were divided, and in the halls of Europe, where foreign powers watched closely, considering whether to back the South. Lincoln had to hold the middle together, not just between North and South, but between factions within his own party. On one side stood the Copperheads, anti-war Democrats who wanted peace at any cost, even if it meant surrender. On the other stood radical Republicans, demanding not just victory, but total abolition and harsh punishment for the South. Lincoln walked a narrow line between them both. Too much compromise, and he risked betrayal. Too little, and he risked isolation. In August 1861, he signed the Confiscation Act, allowing the Union to seize and free any enslaved person used to support the Confederate war effort. It was mostly symbolic, but symbols matter in war. The ground was shifting. Meanwhile, the daily burden of strategy never left him. Lincoln met with his cabinet twice a week, wrestling over plans and policies. When he refused to rest, Mary would urge him to take carriage rides, just for air, just for a moment of peace. But peace was rare. He was building something no president had ever built before, a national war machine powered by purpose, not vengeance. He appointed generals not only for their skill, but for their political influence, knowing the war had to be seen as a national struggle, not just a northern one. He replaced corrupt or ineffective officials when necessary. In 1862, after growing frustration with the War Department, he dismissed Simon Cameron and installed Edwin Stanton, a man who would become one of his closest and most tireless allies. Together, Lincoln and Stanton coordinated the war effort, sometimes daily, almost as partners. Strategically, Lincoln looked beyond individual battles. He focused on defeating the Confederate armies, not just capturing cities. He saw early on that the Mississippi River was the spine of the South, and that controlling it would divide the Confederacy in two. He supported plans that aligned with that vision, including the Anaconda Plan, proposed by General Winfield Scott, which called for a slow but steady squeeze of Southern supply lines. Lincoln even traveled to West Point himself in 1862, unannounced, to speak directly with Scott, still seeking wisdom even from the retired. Beyond the battlefield, Lincoln watched the seas. He feared European intervention, especially from Britain, which relied on Southern cotton. When a US Navy ship intercepted the British mail steamer Trent and seized 2 Confederate envoys on board, celebrations erupted in the north. But Lincoln saw the bigger danger. The incident had violated international law. War with Britain now loomed. Calmly, quietly, Lincoln ordered the envoys released. Better, he said, to fight one war than two. For Lincoln, the war was never just about maps and territory. It was about men. And no decision weighed heavier on him than choosing who would lead those men into battle. It was not enough to wear stars on the shoulder or carry medals from the past. What Lincoln needed was a general who would finish the fight. After the disastrous Union defeat at Bull Run and the retirement of General Winfield Scott, Lincoln turned to a rising figure, a young, charismatic officer named George B. McClellan. He was praised for his organizational skills, adored by his troops, and spoke confidently of swift victory. McClellan took charge of building Washington's defenses. Under his direction, a ring of nearly 50 fortifications encircled the capital, manned by thousands of artillerymen and lined with hundreds of heavy guns. The city became a fortress, but while the defenses grew stronger, the army itself remained strangely still. For months, McClellan hesitated. He planned, he studied, he reorganized, but he rarely advanced. Lincoln, increasingly frustrated, urged action. The war could not be won on paper, but McClellan blamed his delays on Lincoln, insisting that the president's decision to withhold troops from the front in order to protect Washington had doomed his Virginia campaign before it began. Eventually, Lincoln made the difficult choice to remove McClellan as general-in-chief. He replaced him with Henry Halleck and gave command of a new army, the Army of Virginia, to John Pope. But Pope's tenure was short-lived. In the summer of 1862, Confederate forces crushed his army at the Second Battle of Bull Run, forcing a chaotic retreat back to Washington. The Army of Virginia was dissolved. Despite his doubts, Lincoln returned McClellan to command, not because he trusted him, but because he had no better option. The capital needed a leader, and once again, McClellan was placed in charge of all Union forces around Washington. Soon after, Robert E. Lee made his first move into Northern Territory, crossing the Potomac into Maryland. What followed was the Battle of Antietam, one of the bloodiest days in American history. Thousands fell, but the Union held the field. It was a costly, imperfect victory, but it gave Lincoln what he needed: the political momentum to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. Still, McClellan refused to pursue Lee's retreating army. Lincoln ordered him to move. He didn't. At the same time, General Don Carlos Buell ignored orders to strike Confederate positions in Tennessee. Lincoln had seen enough. He removed Buell and replaced him with William Rosecrans. McClellan was dismissed again, this time for good. Ambrose Burnside, a man known for his loyalty and caution, took command next. But against Lincoln's advice, Burnside launched a direct assault across the Rappahannock River. The result was disaster, a brutal Union defeat at Fredericksburg. Lincoln, weary but determined, replaced Burnside with Joseph Hooker, another capable officer whose ego often overshadowed his judgment. At Chancellorsville, Hooker's forces suffered devastating losses. Disheartened, he resigned. George Meade took his place. That summer, Lee marched north once again, and in the fields of Pennsylvania at Gettysburg, the two armies clashed in a 3-day storm of fire and fury. Meade held the line. Lee was turned back. It was a defining moment. But once again, the Confederate Army was allowed to escape, retreating in order, regrouping in Virginia. Lincoln was furious. Victory had come, but the war dragged on. Meanwhile, far to the west, another story was unfolding. One Lincoln had watched closely. General Ulysses S. Grant had taken Vicksburg, splitting the Confederacy in two and seizing full control of the Mississippi River. Where others hesitated, Grant advanced. Where others made excuses, Grant delivered results. Back in Washington, Lincoln wasn't just thinking about battles. He issued a new code, the Lieber Code, the first of its kind, designed to define how the Union Army should conduct itself in wartime. It outlined the rules of military justice, the protection of civilians, and the responsibility of commanders in the face of war crimes. Even in the heart of chaos, Lincoln was trying to build a more ethical war, a war that still had rules. The weight of command was crushing, but still he carried it, not perfectly, not painlessly, but with a steady hand few others could have managed. Through the exhaustion of battlefield failure and rotating command, Lincoln had come to a quiet but firm realization. This war was no longer just about saving the Union. It was about redefining what the Union meant. And at its heart was a question the country had long avoided answering directly. A question Lincoln could no longer ignore. From the very beginning of the conflict, pressure had mounted to turn the war into a war against slavery. But Lincoln moved slowly, not from hesitation, but from strategy. He overruled early emancipation orders issued by Union generals in the field, believing such declarations exceeded their authority and could drive the border states, which still allowed slavery, into the arms of the Confederacy. Still, the ground beneath him was shifting. In June 1862, Congress passed legislation that banned slavery in all federal territories. Lincoln signed it. That same summer, a second Confiscation Act allowed the Union to seize slaves from those who supported the rebellion. The legal groundwork was being laid, but the moment itself, the bold, irreversible step, would come from Lincoln alone. On July 22, 1862, in the heat of summer and war, Lincoln gathered his cabinet and read aloud a first draft of what would become the Emancipation Proclamation. The room was still. Some voiced support. Others urged him to wait. Lincoln listened, then chose to delay, not abandon, the order until the Union had won a major battlefield victory. That moment came at Antietam. The battle was brutal, but it gave Lincoln what he needed, enough ground to move forward. On September 22, 1862, he issued a preliminary proclamation, a warning. If the rebellion did not end by the start of the new year, he would declare all enslaved people in rebel-held territory to be free. The backlash was immediate. Opponents in the North, known as Copperheads, accused Lincoln of betrayal. Southern Unionists who had remained loyal felt misled. Critics in Congress plotted to strip his power. One senator called the proclamation a curse that would follow Lincoln through history. But Lincoln stood firm. To the editor Horace Greeley, who had publicly pleaded for emancipation, Lincoln wrote a now famous reply that his first duty was to save the Union, whether that meant freeing all slaves, some or none. But between the lines, Lincoln was saying something more, that in saving the Union, slavery could no longer be left untouched. Then, on January 1st, 1863, as bells rang out across the country, Abraham Lincoln signed the final Emancipation Proclamation. He paused for a moment, his hand trembling slightly from hours of shaking New Year's guests. If his name would ever be remembered, he said, it would be for this act. I never, in my life, he whispered, felt more certain that I was doing right than I do in signing this paper. That night, in cities and church basements, in fields and cabins, in Union camps and free black communities across the North, people gathered to watch the clock strike midnight. They called it Freedom's Eve, holding hands, holding hope, waiting for the word to become law. And when it did, thousands began walking toward Union lines, leaving behind the chains of generations. The proclamation did not free every slave. It only applied to those in Confederate-held territories, not in Union-controlled areas or border states. But the moral line had been drawn, and it changed the war forever. It also changed the army. For the first time, the Union formally opened its ranks to black soldiers. In a letter to Andrew Johnson, the military governor of Tennessee, Lincoln said plainly, "The sight of 50,000 armed, trained black soldiers on the banks of the Mississippi would end the rebellion at once." What began as a war to preserve the Union had become a war to transform it. Freedom had been declared, not just on paper, but in principle. Yet the war raged on. Blood still soaked the fields, and doubt still echoed through the land. Lincoln knew that liberty, once spoken, had to be fought for and paid for in full. And in the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, that price was being carved into the earth by fire, steel, and silence. In the summer of 1863, two great battles changed the course of the war: Vicksburg in the west and Gettysburg in the east. At Gettysburg, over 3 harrowing days, Union and Confederate forces clashed in a storm of smoke and thunder. When the cannons finally went still, the land was littered with the bodies of thousands. It was the costliest battle in American history. Months later, on November 19, 1863, Lincoln traveled to that field, not to rally troops or sign laws, but to speak. A national cemetery was being dedicated, carved into the same ground where so many had fallen. Dignitaries spoke at length, but when Lincoln rose to the podium, he did not offer a long speech, just 271 words. But those words would become immortal. He spoke of the nation's founding, that it had been conceived in liberty and dedicated to a simple, powerful idea, that all men are created equal. He honored the dead not with praise but with purpose. He said that their sacrifice must not be in vain, that the battlefield was not only a resting place but a birthplace, a moment when the nation might find a new birth of freedom, a freedom not just preserved but redefined. And he ended with a quiet promise that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The crowd was silent. The applause at first was light, but over time, those words etched themselves into the soul of the country. That brief speech, spoken humbly, without flourish, became the most quoted in American history. A reminder that even in the depths of war, the nation was still reaching for something higher. Later that year, in the same spirit of unity and healing, Lincoln did something unexpected. Following the Union's string of victories, including Admiral David Farragut's capture of New Orleans and the triumphs at Gettysburg and Vicksburg, Lincoln proclaimed a national day of thanksgiving. He asked the country to pause, not in victory, but in gratitude. He chose the final Thursday of November, 1863. And so, even in war, he began a tradition that would outlast him. As Lincoln led on the battlefield, he also faced a war of a different kind, one not fought with muskets and cannons, but with currency, credit, and trust. Preserving the Union required more than courage, it required a way to pay for it. The Civil War was unlike anything the United States had faced, not only in scale, but in cost. When Lincoln called for troops at the start of the war, Congress responded swiftly. They not only approved his request, they raised it, authorizing 500,000 soldiers. But the question remained, how would a nation, already fractured, afford the fight? At first, both Congress and Treasury Secretary Salmon Chase resisted the idea of new taxes, but that changed after the Union's defeat at the First Battle of Bull Run. The bond market collapsed, confidence vanished. Something had to be done. In 1861, Congress passed the first federal income tax in American history, a flat 3% on annual incomes above $800, a figure most workers never reached. For many, it felt fair. Wealth, once tied to land, was now held in stocks and bonds. It was time, said one representative, that millionaires paid their share. Lincoln also signed off on increases to tariffs, including updates to the Morrill tariff passed just before his presidency. These taxes on imported goods helped protect American industry while funding the war, a delicate balance between revenue and politics. But even with tariffs and income taxes, the money wasn't enough. So in 1862, Congress passed the Legal Tender Act. For the first time since the Revolutionary War, the federal government began printing its own paper currency, greenbacks. These bills weren't backed by gold or silver. They were backed by faith in the Union, in its future, and in Lincoln's leadership. At first, $150 million was printed. By war's end, that number would reach $450 million. To fund the war even further, Congress created an excise tax that touched nearly every commodity and added a progressive structure to the income tax. Incomes above $600 were taxed at 5%. Incomes above $10,000 at 10%. The richer you were, the more you paid. And for the first time, the federal government created an agency to collect those taxes, the Office of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. Still, costs soared. The national debt exploded from $65 million to over $2 billion by the end of the war. But the government pressed forward, adjusting rates, printing currency, and borrowing where necessary. Lincoln also took a hard line against fraud. In 1863, he signed the False Claims Act, empowering citizens to report war profiteering and corruption, and even share in any money recovered. It was one more way to make sure that honesty held the line, while the country fought to hold itself together. He also understood that stability meant more than wartime survival. It meant building an enduring financial foundation. So in 1863, Lincoln convinced Congress to pass the National Banking Act, creating a unified national currency. Banks that invested in federal bonds were allowed to issue banknotes backed by the US government. By 1865, those national notes had replaced the chaotic patchwork of state currencies. But Lincoln didn't stop at money. He saw the war as an opportunity to shape the nation's future, economically, geographically, and educationally. In 1862, he signed the Homestead Act, which opened millions of acres of public land in the West to ordinary Americans for a modest fee. He signed the Morrill Land Grant Colleges Act, providing federal support to create agricultural and technical colleges across the country, a seed planted for generations of learning. And through the Pacific Railway Acts, he laid the legal and financial groundwork for something unimaginable before the war: the Transcontinental Railroad, a physical bond between East and West that would reshape the American landscape forever. In the midst of war, Lincoln had done more than hold the nation together. He had begun rebuilding it. While Lincoln managed the economy at home, balancing taxes, paper currency, and runaway debt, another quiet war was being fought across the Atlantic. This one wasn't waged with cannons or cavalry, but with persuasion, patience, and diplomacy. Because even as the Union fought for its survival, foreign eyes watched, wondering if the great American experiment was about to collapse. At the start of the Civil War, the United States stood largely alone. Russia offered its support to the Union, the only major power to do so outright. But elsewhere in Europe, sympathy was harder to find. Britain and France, in particular, watched the growing conflict with mixed feelings, and in some cases, quiet hope that the Republic might break apart. Lincoln had little experience in diplomacy, but he understood one critical truth: if foreign governments recognized the Confederacy, the Union might never be whole again. So Lincoln acted, not through grand speeches or ultimatums, but through careful appointments and a steady foreign policy. He sent diplomats across Europe with a single mission: keep the great powers neutral, prevent recognition of the Confederate States at all costs. And he succeeded. Throughout the war, no foreign government ever officially recognized the Confederacy. Though some entertained the idea privately, none were willing to gamble their future on a fractured America. The Confederacy, however, tried to change that. Southern diplomats played up the idea of independence, not slavery, as their cause. They offered Europe access to Southern cotton and free trade, painting themselves as victims of Northern aggression. For a time, the pitch nearly worked. But their greatest weapon, cotton, began to lose its leverage. Britain, heavily reliant on Southern cotton for its textile mills, found new sources in India and Egypt. Meanwhile, the Union continued to trade grain and manufactured goods with Europe, keeping economic ties intact. Still, danger lingered. France invaded Mexico and installed a puppet emperor. Spain moved into the Dominican Republic, with the US too occupied to enforce the Monroe Doctrine. Some European leaders wondered if the moment had come to reclaim lost influence in the Western Hemisphere. And then, the war changed. When Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, the conflict transformed from a war over secession into a fight for human freedom. European public opinion shifted. Abolition movements gained strength. For many across the Atlantic, siding with the Confederacy now meant siding with slavery. That same summer, Union victories at Gettysburg and Vicksburg turned the tide. For the first time, it became clear that the South might lose. With that, the last threads of European intervention quietly unraveled. The Confederacy's hope of foreign recognition was gone. In the end, Lincoln's quiet diplomacy, measured, consistent and morally grounded, had done what armies could not. It had kept the world from turning against the Union, and it reminded the watching world that democracy, though shaken, could endure. While Lincoln kept foreign powers at bay and steered the Union through the storm of civil war, another conflict, quieter but no less tragic, continued to unfold in the West. It was not new, nor was it easy to see from the marble halls of Washington. But on the plains and frontiers, the old struggle between settlers and native peoples persisted. And during Lincoln's presidency, it erupted into one of the darkest chapters of all. Though most of Lincoln's attention remained focused on the war between North and South, Native American affairs still passed through his desk. He appointed William P. Dole as Commissioner of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a position used, like many in the era, to reward political allies. The administration's broader approach mirrored that of its predecessors. Policies aimed at assimilation, at weakening tribal sovereignty, and at shrinking native-held lands in favor of Western expansion. But Lincoln's direct involvement was often limited and reactive, until the summer of 1862, when everything changed. That August in Minnesota, tensions between the Dakota people and white settlers reached a breaking point. Years of broken treaties, corrupt trade systems, and government neglect had left many Dakota families starving. Promises of food and annuities had gone unfulfilled. In desperation, the Dakota struck. The war that followed, known as the Dakota Uprising, was swift and brutal. Hundreds of settlers were killed. Thousands more fled their homes. Fear spread across the frontier. Some even whispered, wrongly, that the uprising was part of a Confederate plot to open a second front in the North. In response, Lincoln ordered military attention to the region, including the redeployment of paroled Union prisoners, a move he later reversed after Confederate protests. General John Pope was placed in command of the newly formed Department of the Northwest, tasked with restoring order. Local militia leader Henry Hastings Sibley eventually defeated the Dakota forces under Chief Little Crow at the Battle of Wood Lake. What came next remains one of the most painful legacies of Lincoln's presidency. Over 300 Dakota warriors were tried in a matter of weeks and sentenced to death. The trials were rushed, legal standards were thin. Many confessions were obtained under duress or without proper defense. To some, it was justice. To others, including modern scholars, it was little more than retribution. Lincoln personally reviewed the cases. He studied the records, read the testimonies, and ultimately commuted most of the death sentences. Only 39 were approved for execution. One was later delayed. On December 26, 1862, 38 Dakota men were hanged in Mankato, Minnesota, the largest mass execution in American history. When a Minnesota congressman later told Lincoln that sparing the others had cost him votes, Lincoln answered with quiet finality, "I could not afford to hang men for votes." Lincoln did call for reform, for a more humane and peaceful federal policy toward Native peoples. But with the Union still at war and the nation on fire, those reforms would come slowly, and only after his death. In late 1864, following the horrific Sand Creek Massacre in Colorado, where a peaceful native village was slaughtered by US volunteers, Lincoln's administration began to act. It condemned the attack. It called for protection of native rights and a shift toward peace over conquest. But by then, the president's time was running out. Even as Lincoln faced war in the West and unrest on every front, the fight to hold the nation together continued to define him. But by 1864, a new question loomed. Would the people choose him again? Would they trust him to finish what had only just begun? As the war stretched into its fourth brutal year, Lincoln prepared to stand once more before the people, not as a wartime symbol, but as a candidate for re-election. To unify the fractured political landscape, Lincoln and his allies rebranded the Republican Party under a new name, the National Union Party. They reached across the aisle and selected Andrew Johnson, a Southern War Democrat, as Lincoln's running mate, a signal that the mission to preserve the Union was bigger than party lines. But Lincoln's chances looked grim. General Grant's campaign had stalled in a series of bloody stalemates. The Confederates had won several key victories, including the devastating Battle of the Crater. Northern morale was low, the body count was high, and even many of Lincoln's own party feared he would lose. He quietly prepared for that possibility. In a sealed memorandum, Lincoln pledged that if defeated, he would still do everything in his power to help the next president save the Union in the final months of his term. He understood what was at stake, and that the war could still be lost in the transition of power. But then something shifted. In September, Union forces captured Atlanta. In October, General Philip Sheridan delivered victory in the Shenandoah Valley. The tide of war and the mood of the country began to turn. On Election Day, Lincoln was re-elected. The nation had spoken. They would see this war through with him. Soon after, a delegation from the Confederacy, led by Vice President Alexander Stephens, met with Lincoln and Secretary of State William Seward in Hampton Roads to explore terms of peace. Lincoln was willing to talk, but not as equals. The Union was not negotiating its existence. The only agreement made was on exchanging prisoners of war. For Lincoln, peace would not come through compromise. It would come through resolution. And so, on March 4th, 1865, beneath the unfinished dome of the Capitol, Lincoln stood once more to deliver an inaugural address. But this time, his words reached deeper. He didn't boast of victory. He didn't call for vengeance. Instead, he spoke of healing. With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan. The speech would later be carved in stone, not just in marble, but in memory. And just weeks later, on April 9th, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The war, at long last, had come to an end. Surrenders soon followed across the South, in North Carolina, Alabama, and even at sea. The Confederate dream faded into ash. But Lincoln was already looking beyond the battlefield. He was preparing for something harder than war, rebuilding a country that had torn itself apart. The guns had gone quiet. The flags of surrender had been raised, the soldiers disbanded, and the land, scorched and torn, stood still in the silence of aftermath. But for Lincoln, victory was not the end. It was only the beginning of a harder task, healing a nation that had just been at war with itself. Even before the final shots were fired, Lincoln was thinking ahead. He knew the Union could not survive by conquest alone. It had to be rebuilt, not just in law, but in spirit. And so he began laying the foundation for what would come next: Reconstruction. When asked how the former Confederates should be treated, Lincoln answered simply, "Let them up easy." He didn't want revenge. He wanted restoration. He called for elections in the South to resume quickly, under fair terms, free of punishment. His focus wasn't blame, it was rebuilding. In December of 1863, he issued an amnesty proclamation. It offered pardons to most Confederates who pledged loyalty to the Union, excluding only those who had held high office or mistreated prisoners of war. The message was clear: come back willingly, and you'll be welcomed back peacefully. But not everyone agreed. In Congress, a group of radical Republicans, including Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner, and Benjamin Wade, pushed for harsher terms. They wanted to punish the South, redistribute land, and ensure full rights for freed slaves. Though they had supported Lincoln throughout the war, they now stood in tension with his gentler approach. As Union forces reclaimed Southern territory, Lincoln appointed military governors to oversee the transitions. In Tennessee, it was Andrew Johnson. In Arkansas, Frederick Steele. In Louisiana, Lincoln proposed a plan that allowed a state to rejoin the Union once 10% of its voters swore allegiance and agreed to abolish slavery. But critics, both Democrats and radicals, accused Lincoln of using the plan for political gain. In 1864, Congress passed the Wade-Davis Bill, calling for stricter requirements and broader protections. Lincoln refused to sign it. Instead, he let it expire quietly, a pocket veto. In retaliation, Congress refused to seat elected representatives from the reconstructed states. The conflict over Reconstruction had begun, even before the war had truly ended. But Lincoln was undeterred. He turned his attention to something even greater: the permanent abolition of slavery. Though the Emancipation Proclamation had freed enslaved people in rebel states, it did not end slavery nationwide. Only a constitutional amendment could do that. The process began in 1863. The Senate approved it in 1864, but in the House, it fell short by just a few votes. Lincoln made it a central promise of his re-election campaign. And after winning a second term, he tried again. On January 31st, 1865, the 13th Amendment passed the House of Representatives. Later that year, after enough states had ratified it, the amendment was adopted into the Constitution, ending slavery in the United States. But Lincoln knew that freedom was not enough. In his final months, he outlined a broader Reconstruction plan, one that would involve temporary military rule in the South until loyal Unionist governments could be restored. He also signed a bill to create the Freedmen's Bureau, a federal agency designed to provide food, shelter, education, and land access to newly freed Black Americans. The promise was not perfect. The land grants were temporary. The vision didn't include full redistribution or 40 acres and a mule, as many freed families had hoped. But it was a beginning. Some historians say Lincoln saw Reconstruction only as a way to end the war. Others believe he was slowly moving toward a deeper transformation, one that included civil rights and limited voting access for Black Americans. In the weeks before his death, Lincoln publicly supported giving the vote to educated Black men and those who had served in the Union Army. We'll never know how far he would have gone, but those closest to him believed that Lincoln was beginning to imagine something larger, a union not just restored, but reimagined. Lincoln had begun to look ahead. He had guided the nation through bloodshed, division, and impossible choices. The Union had been preserved, and slavery, the original sin of the Republic, had been struck down at last. In his final speeches, Lincoln spoke not of triumph, but of healing. He talked of mercy, of rebuilding, of bringing former enemies back into the fold. He dared to imagine a country reunited, not just by law, but by grace. And then, just as the war was drawing to its close, Abraham Lincoln entered the final chapter of his life, one that would end not with the fanfare of peace, but with the crack of a gunshot in a crowded theatre. On the night of April 14th, 1865, just 5 days after Lee's surrender at Appomattox, Lincoln and his wife Mary attended a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington. It was a comedy called Our American Cousin, a light-hearted show that offered a brief escape from the weight of war. The president had been hesitant to go. He was exhausted, worn thin by 4 years of loss and responsibility. But Mary had insisted, and so he agreed. They were joined in the presidential box by a young army officer, Major Henry Rathbone, and his fiancée, Clara Harris. Originally, General Ulysses S. Grant and his wife had been invited to attend as well, but at the last moment, Grant declined, choosing instead to visit family in New Jersey. The decision would likely save his life. Among the audience that evening was John Wilkes Booth, a well-known stage actor and a fervent Confederate sympathizer. Booth had long harbored hatred toward Lincoln, but it was the president's most recent speech, delivered just 3 days earlier, that pushed him to act. In that address, Lincoln had expressed support for limited black suffrage, suggesting that educated black men and those who had served in the Union Army might one day receive the right to vote. To Booth, it was unthinkable. That very night, he vowed Lincoln would never speak again. At 10:15 p.m., as the play reached one of its comedic high points and the audience erupted in laughter, Booth made his move. He slipped into the theatre box undetected, raised a small pistol, and fired a single shot into the back of Lincoln's head. The president slumped forward in his chair. The laughter faded into chaos. Major Rathbone lunged at Booth but was slashed with a knife and thrown aside. Booth leapt from the balcony to the stage, breaking his leg as he landed. Still, he managed to escape, shouting what witnesses later recalled as "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants. Doctors rushed to the president's side. Charles Leal, a young army surgeon in the audience, was among the first to reach him. They knew the wound was fatal. Rather than move him far, they carried Lincoln across the street to the Peterson house, laying him in a small bed in the back room of the boarding house. He never regained consciousness. For 9 long hours, Lincoln lingered in a coma as his cabinet, family, and friends gathered silently by his side. Outside, a stunned crowd formed. Many wept openly, others stood still, unable to believe what had happened. At 7:22 a.m. on April 15th, 1865, Abraham Lincoln took his final breath. His body was wrapped in an American flag and placed in a simple coffin. Union soldiers carried it through the streets to the White House as the nation entered mourning. Later that same day, Vice President Andrew Johnson was sworn in as the 17th President of the United States. The man responsible for the assassination fled south on horseback. For nearly 2 weeks, John Wilkes Booth evaded capture, hiding in swamps and safe houses, injured and growing desperate. Eventually, he was cornered by Union soldiers in a tobacco barn in Virginia. When he refused to surrender, a soldier named Boston Corbett fired a single shot. Booth died shortly after. The man who had fought to preserve the Union, who had ended slavery and called for mercy instead of vengeance, had fallen just as peace was finally within reach. And yet, Lincoln's death did not silence his vision. If anything, it made his words echo louder, with malice toward none, with charity for all. The shot that rang out inside Ford's Theatre did more than end a presidency. It shattered something deeper, a fragile sense of peace that had barely begun to settle over a broken country. Lincoln had survived war, political opposition, and personal heartbreak. But in the hour of his triumph, he was taken. Now, the nation he fought to hold together had to carry him home. Abraham Lincoln's funeral was not just a ceremony, it was a national reckoning. A reckoning with grief, with sacrifice, with the cost of a dream. His body first lay in state in the East Room of the White House, where candlelight flickered against black crepe and silent mourners filed past, some barely able to look upon his face. Outside, thousands waited in the spring rain. Then he was moved to the Capitol Rotunda, where once again citizens stood in line, not for hours, but for days, to pay their final respects. From there, a plan was set into motion that no American had ever witnessed before. A funeral train that would retrace, in reverse, the path Lincoln had traveled to Washington 4 years earlier. A path of hope then, and of heartbreak now. The train carried not just Lincoln's casket, but also the casket of his son, Willie, who had died in the White House during the war. Together, father and son made the journey home to Springfield, Illinois, a journey that would last over 2 weeks and pass through more than a dozen cities. Wherever the train stopped, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, Albany, Cleveland, Chicago, crowds gathered in the tens of thousands. Streets were draped in black, churches rang bells, choirs sang hymns, soldiers stood at attention beside children holding flags. People came not just to mourn a president, but to grieve for what he represented: unity, justice, and the cost of holding to both. Along the tracks, the scene was no less haunting. Entire towns gathered silently in the dark, lighting bonfires as the train passed through the night. Others stood in the fields, hats removed, hands over hearts. As the funeral car rolled by, the sound of wheels on rail and muffled sobs the only noise. Some played violins, some wept, others stood frozen, as if time itself had paused to say goodbye. Poets, unable to remain silent, took to their pens. Among them, Walt Whitman, who had never met Lincoln but had revered him from afar, composed 4 elegies, including his now immortal "When lilacs last in the dooryard bloomed, and oh Captain, my Captain." His words, like Lincoln's own, would become part of the American memory. At last, the train reached its final destination, Springfield. On May 4, 1865, Lincoln was laid to rest at Oak Ridge Cemetery, just a short distance from the home he had left behind when destiny had called him eastward. Thousands followed the funeral procession, the streets hushed beneath the weight of shared loss. He was buried beneath a simple stone, later replaced by a towering tomb that still stands today, not just as a monument to a man, but to the ideals he carried. But even as the final notes of mourning faded into silence, something lingered. In the end, Lincoln had not lived to see the Union healed. He had not witnessed the full birth of freedom he had proclaimed at Gettysburg. or the reconstruction he had so cautiously begun. But what he left behind was more than unfinished plans or unfulfilled speeches. He left a moral compass, pointed toward compassion, equality, and endurance. And though his voice had been silenced, his words still echoed through a nation learning to walk forward again, slowly, together. Long after the bells stopped tolling and the trains fell silent, the question lingered. What did he really believe? What held this man together through war, division, heartbreak, and history's cruel hand? Beneath the weight of leadership and the silence of death, Lincoln's true legacy lived in something deeper, not just in the battles he fought, but in the ideas he carried. Abraham Lincoln was not simply a man of policy or power. He was a man of thought, and his thinking reshaped the very meaning of America. At a time when the Constitution dominated political debate, Lincoln reached further back, to the Declaration of Independence. To him, its words were more than historical sentiment. They were sacred ground. All men are created equal wasn't an aspiration. It was a promise, the sheet anchor of American republicanism, as he called it. A foundational truth that had been neglected, compromised, and delayed, but never erased. Where others saw the Declaration as a symbol of the past, Lincoln saw it as a guidepost for the future. He believed that the nation's survival depended on its ability to make those words real, not just for some, but for all. That belief would ripple outward, long after his death, shaping movements for civil rights and human dignity into the next century and beyond. Politically, Lincoln began his career as a Whig, a party rooted in economic modernization. He championed banks, tariffs, railroads, and national infrastructure. He believed in lifting the country by investing in its bones, roads, rivers, and rails, so that opportunity could flow freely. Yet he was not blind to the common man. In fact, he revered him. Though Lincoln had little in common with Andrew Jackson politically, he admired Jackson's toughness, his love of country, and his belief that ordinary citizens, not elites, were the true heart of the Republic. Over time, Lincoln absorbed elements of that philosophy into his own, blending the Whig ideals of structure with Jacksonian faith in the people. He believed in institutions, but he also believed they must serve the greater moral arc. He venerated the founding fathers, the Constitution, and the rule of law, not out of rigid loyalty to tradition, but because he saw them as vessels for liberty. They were tools, not trophies. His conservatism wasn't about keeping things as they were. It was about holding on to what mattered while building what could be. He opposed secession not just because it was illegal, but because it was chaos masquerading as principle. Secession is anarchy, he warned in his first inaugural address. Government to Lincoln was not a tyranny of the majority. It was a delicate balance, shaped by law, tempered by time, and held accountable by the will of the people. And yet, even as he clung to the Constitution, he reached beyond it. He pushed the boundaries of executive power during the war. He suspended habeas corpus. He expanded federal authority. He made controversial choices, not because he wanted more power, but because he believed the nation could not survive without action. And through it all, he returned to one idea: that liberty and equality were not luxuries to be granted in calm times. They were the purpose of the struggle itself. His philosophy was not simple. It held contradiction. It evolved. It wrestled with history and hoped toward the future. But at its center, it held a belief that would outlive bullets, speeches, and borders. That a nation imperfect, unfinished, and often divided, could still be bound together by the shared truth that all are created equal, and that government, at its best, belongs to the people, serves the people, and exists for the people. If Lincoln's political beliefs shaped a nation, his private beliefs shaped the man behind the speeches. His understanding of law and liberty guided his hand, but something deeper stirred beneath his words. Not a doctrine, not dogma, but a quiet, evolving dialogue with the divine, one that he carried silently through tragedy, leadership, and loss. In his youth, Abraham Lincoln questioned religion. He was never one to accept beliefs untested. As a young man, he challenged church doctrine, questioned organized faith, and read widely from skeptics of his time. Those who knew him then described him as irreverent, even resistant to the rigid certainties of traditional Christianity. Yet despite his skepticism, Lincoln was deeply familiar with the Bible, its rhythm, its poetry, its stories. These were etched into his mind long before he ever stepped into office. He quoted scripture often in his speeches, not to perform belief, but because he understood its power. It gave voice to sorrow, to hope, to conviction. 3 of his most enduring speeches, Our House Divided, the Gettysburg Address, and his second inaugural, are laced with biblical imagery, not because he was preaching, but because he was reaching for language big enough to hold a broken nation. In the 1840s, Lincoln quietly subscribed to what was then called the doctrine of necessity, the idea that events unfold not by chance or chaos, but by a force greater than human will, a belief in providence, that a hand, invisible and vast, guided the arc of time, even when that path was lined with pain. As grief touched his life more deeply, that belief began to take root in a quieter, more personal way. In 1850, when his young son Edward died, Lincoln's letters and public statements began to reflect a more pronounced sense of spiritual dependence. He still never joined a church, never made a formal declaration of religious affiliation, and yet he and Mary began attending First Presbyterian Church in Springfield regularly, not just to be seen, but to sit, to listen, to feel something he could not always explain. During his presidency, he often attended services at New York Avenue Presbyterian Church in Washington. He rarely spoke publicly about his own faith, but when his son Willie died in 1862, those closest to him saw a change. Something opened in him. Perhaps it was comfort, perhaps it was surrender, or perhaps in the quiet hours of a war-ravaged presidency, Lincoln found himself looking for answers no law book could provide. His use of religious language, especially later in his presidency, became more frequent, more solemn, more intimate. Some believed it was strategy, a way to connect with an overwhelmingly Protestant audience. Others believed it was something more, a man standing on the edge of history, reaching for meaning in the face of unbearable loss. Opinions differ to this day. His longtime law partner, William Herndon, described him after death as an unbeliever, a man who found no comfort in church orthodoxy. But the pastor of the church Lincoln attended in Springfield wrote back in protest, insisting Lincoln believed in the divine authority of Scripture and had often expressed it to him in private. Historians have wrestled with these contradictions for generations. Some see a man who began as a skeptic and ended on a quiet path of faith. Others see a lifelong realist, using spiritual language more for the country's sake than for his own. But perhaps the truth lies not in the labels, but in the journey. He did not speak of heaven often. He did not preach. But he felt the weight of morality, of justice, of unseen consequence. And he walked through his presidency as if held accountable to something greater than himself. And in his final quiet moments, as his life slipped away in the room across from Ford's Theatre, his wife would later recall his last words, spoken gently, just before the darkness took him. "There is no place I so much desire to see as Jerusalem." Lincoln's mind was vast, and his spirit, shaped by sorrow and faith, carried a nation through its darkest days. But even as his voice stirred the hearts of millions, his body bore the quiet burden of a life lived under constant weight. To look at Lincoln, truly look at him, was to see both the toll of history and the endurance of something greater. From his earliest years, Abraham Lincoln stood out, not for charm or polish, but for presence. As a boy, he was called awkward, gangly, and ill-dressed. His limbs seemed too long for his frame. His clothes hung loose and often fell short, exposing inches of bare shin between his trousers and worn-out boots. He had no interest in fashion. In the woods of Kentucky and the fields of Indiana, it didn't matter. But what he lacked in elegance, he made up for in strength. As a teenager, Lincoln grew tall, remarkably so, eventually reaching 6 feet 4 inches, a rare height for his time. He was wiry, strong, and athletic. In small frontier towns, he became known for wrestling, racing, and feats of endurance. His physical prowess earned respect among laborers and farmers long before his words ever did. His voice, contrary to the commanding baritones later imagined by actors, was high-pitched, described by many as thin and nasal, but unmistakable. When he spoke, it cut through noise with clarity and conviction. And then there was his face. His longtime law partner, William Herndon, called it long, narrow, sallow, and cadaverous. His cheeks were leathery, his complexion weathered by sun and stress. Lincoln himself referred to his dark complexion and coarse black hair. Over time, critics would use his looks to attack him, calling him homely or unpresidential. Southern newspapers, eager to mock, painted him as grotesque, a man who didn't fit their image of dignity or whiteness. But to those who knew him, Lincoln's appearance told a different story. It was the face of someone who had lived hard and thought deeply. His deep-set eyes held grief, compassion, and calculation all at once. His expressions could shift quickly, from sorrow to humor to steel resolve, as though each emotion was only a breath away. And then came the beard. Until 1860, Lincoln was clean-shaven, but in the weeks before his election, he received a letter from an 11-year-old girl named Grace Bedell. She encouraged him to grow a beard, saying it would make him look more distinguished. He took her advice. And so, Abraham Lincoln became the first U.S. president to wear a beard, a choice that, over time, became an iconic part of his image. Behind that image, though, Lincoln's health told a quieter story. Throughout his life, he battled what he once called the blues. Today, we'd likely call it depression. It shadowed him for years, particularly after personal losses, like the death of his sons. At times, he withdrew. Friends worried, but even in his darkest spells, he kept going. He used humor, storytelling, and intense focus as tools to hold himself together. Physically, he endured more than most knew. During his presidency, he contracted smallpox, a mild case, but enough to leave him bedridden for weeks. Earlier in life, He'd suffered from malaria more than once and likely took blue mass pills, a popular medicine of the time that contained mercury. They were prescribed for melancholy, but may have poisoned him slowly. Modern doctors and historians have speculated further. Some believe his tall, thin frame and long limbs were signs of a rare genetic disorder, perhaps Marfan syndrome, or a condition called multiple endocrine neoplasia type 2B. Neither was diagnosed during his lifetime, of course, but the photographs taken in his final months show a man physically transformed, thinner, more drawn, his face almost hollow. He looked older than his 56 years. The presidency had aged him, the war had weathered him, the death of children, the weight of decisions, and the nightly toll of 600,000 American lives slipping through his fingers had carved themselves into his skin. And yet, there he stood, a man built like no one else, a face shaped by time and trouble, a voice that could tremble or thunder, a body that bore the strain of a nation in conflict and never broke. By the end of his life, Lincoln bore every mark of the age he had helped shape, a face carved by sorrow, a mind sharpened by trial, and a spirit that had refused to bend. He had been doubted, hated, loved, and finally mourned, and yet even in death he was not finished. The man was gone. But the story he left behind and the symbol he became would only grow. Abraham Lincoln's legacy is not one story, it is many. Told from different angles, through shifting generations, and across oceans and ideologies, Lincoln became more than a president. He became a mirror, a symbol, a question each era asks differently. From the moment of his assassination, he was transformed into a national martyr. For many, he died not just as the leader of the Union, but as the voice of freedom itself. Abolitionists, once skeptical, now hailed him as the great emancipator. Mourners lined the railways by the thousands. Poems were written, myths were born. The man who had spoken of a new birth of freedom was now buried beneath the soil he had held together. But remembrance is never still. In the decades that followed, Lincoln's legacy expanded far beyond his time. Historians, politicians, and philosophers debated what he stood for and what he would have stood for had he lived. By the early 20th century, he had become one of America's most venerated figures. His name was carved into textbooks, monuments, and memory. In 1922, the Lincoln Memorial was dedicated in Washington, D.C. Marble and silence, a seated figure watching over a country still learning to reconcile liberty with reality. His words, carved in stone, offered guidance not just to that moment, but to every generation after. Through the New Deal era, Lincoln was claimed by progressives, a defender of the common man. Franklin Roosevelt invoked him often, so did labor leaders, educators, and civil rights activists. For them, Lincoln was proof that government could be a force for justice. Yet others saw him differently. By the 1970s, political conservatives embraced Lincoln as a guardian of national unity, free enterprise, and constitutional order. To them, he was not a revolutionary, but a restorer, someone who kept the country from tearing itself apart. His belief in preserving the Union and limiting the spread of slavery became their rallying point. He has been pulled in every direction, praised as a moral compass, criticized for not acting sooner, cast as a prophet, a politician, a tactician, a saint. Among Black Americans, Lincoln's legacy has been equally complex. In his lifetime, the great orator Frederick Douglass praised him as someone who made him feel seen. not as a man of color, but simply as a man. He called Lincoln the white man's president, yes, but also one who listened, evolved, and ultimately acted. But by the late 1960s, new voices emerged, voices like Lerone Bennett Jr., who challenged the old narrative. They pointed to Lincoln's early statements, his support for colonization, and his slow steps toward emancipation. Was he truly the great emancipator, or simply a cautious politician responding to pressure? Defenders replied that Lincoln's delays were tactical, not ideological, that his careful strategy was the only path through an era poisoned by compromise, that had he moved faster, he might have lost everything. Still, the debate lives on. Perhaps that is part of his power. Beyond politics, Lincoln became a kind of folk figure. Honest Abe, the rail splitter, the man who rose from log cabin to White House. He has appeared on screen countless times, nearly always wrapped in reverence. Film, literature, and popular culture have turned him into a metaphor for justice, for humility, for endurance in the face of moral crisis. Writers have searched for the key to his inner world. The biographer David Herbert Donald described Lincoln's defining trait as negative capability, the rare strength to live with uncertainty, to act with restraint, and to hold fast without knowing the outcome. And the world has noticed. Karl Marx praised Lincoln as a symbol of workers' liberation. Garibaldi in Italy saw him as a brother in revolution. In the 20th century, Mahatma Gandhi, Willy Brandt, and Nelson Mandela each invoked Lincoln's name, connecting their own battles for justice to his words, his vision, his endurance. When Mandela spoke of South Africa's new birth of freedom, he wasn't quoting himself. He was echoing Gettysburg. Legacy may begin in memory, but it lives on in stone, in ritual, and in story. Long after a man is gone, the world continues to shape what he meant, not just through history books, but through monuments, names, holidays, and images we carry every day. In the case of Abraham Lincoln, memory became monument, and monument became myth, woven into the fabric of the country he saved. Today, Lincoln's face is everywhere. It's stamped onto every penny and printed on every $5 bill. Reminders passed hand to hand, day after day, like a quiet whisper from the past. His portrait has appeared on postage stamps not just in the United States but across the world, in places as distant as China, Ghana, Haiti, Honduras, and Argentina. In every corner of the globe, Lincoln is recognized as something more than a president. He is a symbol of endurance, of emancipation, of the cost of principle. Countless cities, towns, and counties now bear his name, including Nebraska's capital, Lincoln, a living cartography of commemoration that stretches across the American landscape. 3 U.S. Navy vessels have honored him, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, a warship that carries his name into the seas. But the most iconic tribute stands in the heart of Washington, D.C. The Lincoln Memorial, towering, silent, sacred, receives millions of visitors each year. There, beneath the words of the Gettysburg Address and the second inaugural carved in marble, Lincoln sits in stillness, not in power, but in thought, not commanding, but watching, his gaze fixed forward, his posture composed, as though listening for the next cry for justice. In Springfield, Illinois, his memory lives even closer to the ground. His preserved home welcomes visitors into the quiet domestic space where he once laughed with his children and read by firelight. The Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum brings his story to life in detail, while his tomb at Oak Ridge Cemetery marks the final resting place of a man who carried the weight of a divided nation. Further west, his face is carved into the granite cliffs of Mount Rushmore, one of 4 presidents chosen to represent the story of the United States. There, his likeness gazes across the Black Hills, a reminder that the country he fought to preserve is still a work in progress. In Chicago, a bronze statue by Augustus St. Gaudens stands in Lincoln Park, humble, noble, contemplative. Recastings of this sculpture have travelled far beyond America's borders. One stands in London's Parliament Square, another in Parque Lincoln in Mexico City. These are more than gifts. They are gestures, symbols of a man whose values transcended his nation. In classrooms and calendars, his name endures as well. Many states celebrate President's Day as Washington Lincoln Day, honoring the 2 figures who most shaped the bookends of American identity, the nation's founding and its refounding. Hollywood, too, has had its say. In the earliest days of film, Lincoln was already being portrayed, often as a mythic figure of wisdom and mercy, as seen in Abraham Lincoln's Clemency, 1910. During the Great Depression, films like Young Mr. Lincoln, 1939, emphasized his frontier roots and personal struggles, a folk hero rising from hardship, just as many Americans hoped they might. For decades, Lincoln mostly disappeared from cinema, but in 2012 he returned with full gravity in Lincoln, a historical drama directed by Steven Spielberg. In it, Daniel Day-Lewis portrayed the president with aching precision, not as a monument, but as a man, weary, strategic, kind, and haunted. The role earned Day-Lewis an Academy Award and reintroduced Lincoln to a new generation, not as marble or myth, but as flesh, voice, and soul. Across statues, currency, stamps, film, and stone, Lincoln endures. He is not just remembered, he is wrestled with, reinterpreted, reclaimed. And perhaps that's the greatest tribute of all, that his story is not fixed, but alive. And so, the story comes to rest. From a one-room cabin in Kentucky to the solemn marble halls of Washington, from handwritten letters by candlelight to thunderous speeches that reshaped a nation, Abraham Lincoln's life was not simple. It was full of conflict, of contradictions, of courage. He was a man of his time who somehow looked beyond it, who held a fractured country together with words, vision, and unwavering resolve. He walked through darkness, personal and national, carrying a quiet torch that still flickers through the corridors of memory. And though he is long gone, his presence endures, not just in monuments or movies, not just in classrooms or coins, but in the unfinished work he left behind, the promise of a more perfect union, always reaching, always rising. Now, as we leave his world behind and return to our own, let your thoughts slow. Let the pages of history close gently around you like a warm quilt. You've walked through the weight of war, through candle-lit debates and sleepless nights in the White House. You've followed the funeral train, listened to lilacs bloom, and stood before the great stone figure on the National Mall. You've heard the echoes of Gettysburg and the stillness of Ford's Theatre. And now it's time to rest. You've earned the stillness. You've earned the silence. Let your breath slow. Let the muscles in your face soften. Let the tension in your shoulders melt. There is nowhere you need to be now. Nothing to solve. Nothing to hold. Just the music. Just the quiet. Just the soft feeling of sinking, deeper and deeper, into the safety of sleep. The story has ended, but the music will continue, soft, steady, peaceful, carrying you into deeper rest. Let it hold you, let it keep you, let it lead you into dreams you don't need to remember. You're safe, you're still, and everything else can wait. Good night, and sleep well.